Good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And I am grateful for you all being here. I am grateful for you all being here. It is, as I am sure most of you know by now, American Thanksgiving. It is American Thanksgiving over here in New York. And American Thanksgiving, is my favorite holiday, which I don't know if that's surprising or not. I genuinely cannot tell, because I'm actually kind of bad at telling what people predict about me. But I love Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving. It is a very simple, straightforward holiday. It's just a harvest festival. It's just simply the day that Americans have decided to roll our harvest festivals into one day. And that's it. That's it. I am sure that, as far as I know, pretty much every agrarian society has some sort of harvest festival as a major annual event. Obviously, if it's a non-agrarian society, they don't give a crap because they've got other concerns, right? The harvest is not a concern for if you don't do harvest, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. But, you know, we are a farmer society. We are an agrarian society. I know that sometimes people are like, oh, you can't be an agrarian society, you're a industrial society. It's like, well, that's not a contradiction. That's not a contradiction. We do get functionally all of our food from intensive agriculture, and we have a lot of things in common with all other intensive agricultural societies that we do not have in common with non-agrarian societies. And I am actually still eating. I am a little bit late because there were some kitchen shenanigans. Nothing bad, just coordination problem. So I might be taking a chomp here or two, like right now. Yes, Thanksgiving is an easy favorite for me among the American holidays. I kind of find all the other holidays really stressful and unpleasant, to be honest. I have never felt relaxed on Christmas, or anything involving Christmas. Christmas has always been an extremely stressful holiday for me. I do not like it. It is generally unpleasant. Whereas, again, Thanksgiving's straightforward. Thanksgiving, I love it. It's very easy. Straightforward, it's easy, it's relatively uncomplicated. You just cook a bunch of food, you eat with some people. My Thanksgiving this year wound up being canceled on quite short notice. Which was sad for me personally. But my loss is your gain, and I suppose my gain as well, right? I'm happy to be here. I really love what I do, right? I really love what I do here as a streamer, as a VTuber. I really love it as a practice and as an art form and as a way of engaging with the world. Close down restream because I don't care about that right now. But yes. So I was planning to just really kind of do some calligraphy about things that I am grateful for. Which is a lot of things, because it's easy for me to feel grateful because I live a pretty nice life. I live a pretty good life. Things have generally gone my way the last couple of years. They might not have gone my way all the time, but the last couple of years, it's been pretty good. And again, streaming is no small part of that. Because when I was younger, right, I still kind of do this. Streaming has helped on this quite a bit. On doing things because I want to do them, doing things that are driven by my own internal needs, as opposed to kind of subsuming my desires to the world around me. Oh. That's been my usual way of interfacing with the world, is that there's a world external to me, and I simply do what is the least painful thing for me to do among all of the options. I've rarely viewed myself as a person who exerts his will upon the world. I've not felt very agentic in my life. And it's an interesting contrast to me with some of the other people in my life, and it was always something that I found interesting when I was studying history. When I was training in history and anthropology, was questions around agency were very popular, and recovering agency was very popular, and I always felt like it was insane, because I felt like agency was a stronger way of discussing free will. Oh, hello, Kirill, thank you for the Almantas. Thank you for the Almantas. Let me make sure it fires up. It did fire off correctly. Excellent. 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 Yeah, this is my new model, Kura. This is my new model. I should also say hello to me. Hello to me. Hello to Cyrillic. Hello to Cat Magician. And hello to Kuro Hazaki. And hello to Kirill, the Orc Florist, our certified good boy. And, of course, hello to all of the lurkers, the soon-to-be lurkers, and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. And even if you are not celebrating Thanksgiving with me, chronologically, even if you are celebrating it afterwards, to serve woke beer. I am good, Kirill. I am good, Kirill. I had Thanksgiving plans that were canceled on, like, Saturday. They got canceled. And so, I am short notice, doing a stream. I was like, I thought I was only going to be streaming, like, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday this week, and then, like, Saturday, it's like, well, actually, we have to cancel everything. I was like, well, that's bad for me celebrating things. But that is good for me being on camera a lot. And hello, Spirit Jackal. And Canadian Thanksgiving was last month. Yeah, because it's a harvest festival. It's actually kind of weird that ours is so late. Hello, Entomomomoth. Yes, it is. This was made by Lady Saffron. It was made by her. It's actually very good. Let me go grab the clip. I really should, I really should have all of these, have the most important, have a couple of my clips that I like to refer to frequently, on here. Just like, yeah, that's the model reveal. I thought it was very fun. Normally, like, the right thing to do is, like, make a big fuss about a model reveal, but this model's kind of a shitpost, and also, the model artist was literally on stream with me at the time. When we hit the goal. Oh well. So I did that, yeah, so this is Almantas. This is Almantas. And the funniest part is that, she makes sock puppet VTuber models, but she also will make physical sock puppets of those models. And that's what I wanted, was actually the physical one for hand cams. I wanted the physical one because I do so many hand cams. And she didn't understand that until she was like, she'd already made it. Like, she was like, oh, cool, I've got, like, the PSD files and, like, the old rigging for other models. I can whip this up in, like, a week or two. And I was like, that wasn't what I was looking for. But okay, I guess I don't want to disappoint you now. I mean, I was obligated to make a big fuss about my about this model reveal, right? About the not this model reveal, about the OG model reveal, because that was a big one. Yeah, she's done she's got a physical one of her own. A physical one of her own. This one might be kind of tough. Just in terms of materials. Because I'm vegan, and it's actually kind of a pain in the neck to get like the materials that yeah, I did the traditional stuff way back in the day. And they're all deleted. It was all on Twitter, and they're all deleted off Twitter because of Twitter. Kuro, thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the month. For the 4 months. Oh, there we go. There we go. I was like, what is? There we go. Oh, sorry. Okay. I have gotten lunch completed. Lunch completed. Lunch has been done. The Twitter situation is such a pain. It is such a pain. It's excuse me. It is a pain. Let me add. Let me change my tags briefly. And we don't need English on here, or affiliate anniversary anymore. People aren't actually searching for those, right? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I did start using this one midstream, but I spent so long playing with the rigging on my previous, on my main model. I spent so long. It was, my goodness, it was so much. It was so much to try to get the get the rigging look like remotely how I wanted it to. And even then, I can't like. I want to tweak it constantly. I almost any time I see myself move on screen, I'm like, oh, I can fix this. What if I change the sensitivity on this? What if I clamp the eye movement like a little bit more? What if I increase the sensitivity to open vowels a little bit more? It's ridiculous. What if I add plosive changes? It's impossible. It's impossible. I will never be happy. I am impossible to please when it comes to that. But yes. Well, I mean, the thing that would stop me from doing what you did, Kirill, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Hello, Cozy! Hello, Cozy Curiosity! Oh, okay, Kira, have a good night. Have a good night over there. I believe you are British, and it's quite late for you. Hello, Kiri. Oh, and I'm small. I'm gonna put away the subathon rules briefly so you can see how small I am. Yeah. The two things stack. They stack. They play with each other. And hello, Momo. Hello, Momo. I'm a sock. Kirill has redeemed Almantas and short. The canonical height I go with is 6'4". That's the canonical height. That answers the question of where the edge of VTube Studio is. Of course, Midori. Of course. You are absolutely allowed to lurk. Kirill, you live in a country that does metric way more than we do. That's a little shy of 2 meters, I think. I think it's like 196 or something like that. 198, somewhere in that range. 193, okay. Okay. A little bit shorter. I should remember this, because I've got an uncle who's 2 meters, which I believe is 6'7". I should say, I know he's 6'7", which I believe is 2 meters. But it's always a little bit tricky when you're like getting it at the finer details a little bit tricky. Like I can give you a Celsius temperature like plus or minus like 5 degrees pretty reliably. But yes. I'm still holding out hope. Yeah, there are a couple of people it is kind of interesting. I kind of thought before I started VTubing that before I started doing specifically this thing of like doing height checks, my memory was that I thought that more VTubers had like really extreme heights. Kirill, I've seen the British one and it's awful. The British are like substantially worse than America. Like it's actually really funny how much worse the British unit system is than the American unit system is. I think I've actually seen it. I think Kari has sent it to me as well because it's not nice. It's not, the Canadian one is not nice. Like as much as people give the American system shit, at least like we just use the American system. At least we pretty much stick to it. A lot of people did go with their real life height. I had thought, and I don't know, maybe it's just like the VTubers I was watching, I had thought that many more VTubers went with either much taller than they are in real life or much shorter than they are in real life. 6'4" on Tinder, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I've never used Tinder. I don't really know what it's like. I just know that people don't like it. I mean, Kiri, there's a very different valence for a woman saying that they're 6'4" versus a man saying that they're 6'4". It's a very different, like, you get a very different audience, right? Like, it's a very different audience. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. And yeah, so Kiri, if you're going around telling guys that you're 6'4", you're going to attract certain types of guys. Yeah, hello, Bug. Hello, Bug. I've been small montased. Oh, which means that Bug missed the. Oh, I'm super small right now. Hold on. That's smaller than I'm supposed to be. That's smaller than I'm supposed to be. I am supposed to be that small. That's how small I'm supposed to be. I am supposed to be small right now, but not that small. Not tiny small. Yes, I know Bug. Bug is cool. Bug is cool. We like Bug around here. All right, Kiri, enjoy your Thanksgiving. I hope you have a lovely one. It's always good to see you, Kiri. Yeah, I found the shrink ray. Let me. Oh. Okay. I'm just playing around with some things on the back end that you guys don't really need to worry about very much, but do kind of distract me a little bit. It's, you know, it's whatever. But yes. I mean, until Momoth, it's always the challenge of, like, I have struggled with this quite a bit over the course of my VTubing career of trying to optimize when I stream, because there are, as far as I can tell, there's no real, like, time zone where I, like, definitely have the best audience, because some of my regulars are Australian and Filipina, and a couple of Vietnamese, and then I've got a bunch of Europe bros, and then obviously I've got a bunch of Americans. And that kind of covers a lot of time zones. And for a while I had a bunch of Middle Easterners. I had a couple of Iraqis and Iranians as regulars for a while, and I think that I'm just like, I think that they have, I've time zoned them out, unfortunately. Oh, hello, Jules! It's so good to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in so long. Jules is a sweet bean. We all love Jules. Yes. It is, I am doing my part to make the turkeys happier by being vegan. By not eating turkey, by instead having tofu. So I'm doing my part. I'm doing my part for the turkeys. But I actually love Thanksgiving. I actually really like Thanksgiving. Of the holidays, I like Thanksgiving probably the most. Let's put you up again. I tend to. Yeah, it's the American one, right? It's the American. Well, let's put this away again for a second. It's the American Harvest Festival, right? Like, it is a harvest festival. That's all it really is. I could make some case about it being something other than that, but, like, realistically, it's just our designated harvest festival. Sure, it's federally mandated. Yes, it's part of the New Deal. Oh, Lux! Oh my goodness, Lux! Hello, Lux! Hello, Lux! Lux. And Mr. Overheat! It's always so good to see you, Mr. Overheat. Mr. Overheat is everywhere. What were you up to, Lux? Limbus Company. Oh yes, I did see a little bit of that. I did see a little bit of that. So welcome in, Lux. Welcome, Mr. Overheat. How was Limbus Company? How was Limbus Company? Lux is a dear friend. Lux is a dear friend. They are one of the rare people I get to talk about like really academic subjects with on this Twitch.tv. And they were my first person for the book series. Lux was my guinea pig for the book series, and is so far the only person who chose a nonfiction book. So far. I'm optimistic that somebody else will choose some nonfiction. Hasn't happened yet. Nobody else has even come up with one, but so far it's just Lux, and I'm hoping for some more. I need to go back and read that one because I started a policy of reading the books, but only starting with Kirill's. I didn't do it that early. Well, doing a book interview series is interviewing people about books and being in a book club is a good way to increase how much you read. All the references to modernist lit. Oh, yeah. It is kind of interesting, right? That we all kind of like read a lot more. We read so much modernist lit during high school, right? Like that's kind of weird, right? That like modernist lit, like kind of hard genre as these things go, was like the high school reading list. Yes, I'm realizing that I'm realizing of the people who I know where they're from, I've only seen one American so far. It's like, I've seen like 5 Canadians today already. Barely feels like a gacha game, but you know. Ooh. I don't know. I haven't played gacha games, like, much at all, because I'm one of those people who has, like, the exact wrong response to gambling mechanics. I have, like, the exact wrong response. My response when I realize that there's, like, a lot of gambling mechanics in something is to get, like, less invested. It's highly deterministic games are the ones where I, like, will actually, like, I will, like, really, like, get into. You know, like, Neon White, for example. Like, Neon White was a game that, like, I was like, I gotta keep going. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep trying. I gotta get, like... I platinumed every single level. Neon White rules. I love Neon White. I love Neon White. It's so cringe, and that rules. It has such incredibly cringe writing and such cool gameplay, and it's perfect for those reasons. No, I could post my Neon White leaderboards over on the Discord in the Gamer Jail. I like Neon White a lot. I love how goofy it is. I love how cringe it is. I love how it's super cringe. I think it's really funny that they made the lead character extremely subby. I think that's really, really funny. I think that's really, really funny to make an action hero that's just like one of the subbiest men to ever be written in fiction. I enjoyed Neon White a lot. It's incredibly hot topic. But yeah, those are the kind, like a game like Neon White that is like really deterministic and like there's always perfection to do. I think that as we were about to go into me doing calligraphy, anything where I can perfect practice, that's what I get kind of addicted to, is doing slightly better. Shaving off milliseconds on a time by that's like the sort of thing like really keeps me going. Whereas like once I realize that like it doesn't matter. Once I realize that my attempts to perfect my skills don't matter, which is the nature of the gacha game, right? That's like the nature of the game mechanic is removing player perfectionism from the pursuit. Once I kind of realized that that's what's happening, I kind of just like withdraw emotionally. I kind of care a lot less, and so I never like they don't really appeal to me very much. However, they are really popular. They are really popular. And there's part of my little contrarian brain. I've got this little contrarian brain inside. I've got this little obnoxious dipshit in my mind that wants to like do a zero pole run. Like the idea of actually playing Honkai Star Rail correctly feels completely stupid to me. But the little part of my brain that likes to be contrarian and obnoxious and do challenge runs, because that's where I do challenge runs from, is from a place of impishness. There's the little impish part of my brain wants to do a no pole run of something like Honkai, or I don't know what the other ones are, Genjin, I guess. Just only using the most default equipment in the game without touching the fundamental mechanic of the game. That strikes me as pretty funny. Yeah, Baby Girl, like, that's a case of and I'm thinking about this more as you say, as I'm staring at it, Lux. Baby Girl is one of those phrases that like I'm just like too old for, I guess. It's just like I've never quite understood what it's supposed to mean, but understanding it in the context of like neon white is Baby Girl like does make a little bit more sense to me. Like, okay, this kind of affords, this kind of accords. There's a rhyme here to its usage. I mostly know it as just like a thing you say to somebody to let you know that you're being condescending. That's what I think of when I hear the phrase "baby girl." Is like it's just for people to like be condescending. But yes, I need to do things with my hands. As ever, I need to keep my hands moving. Oh yeah, that's coming out real strong. Like who like is Daisuke from Mouthwashing Baby Girl? Was he also Baby Girl? Am I using it correctly at all? I don't feel like I'm using it correctly at all. Specific sort of pathetic man. Especially one who receives their comeuppance as a result of their hubris. So Elon Musk. Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid 3 is Baby Girl. I mean, Gringotts, well, there's ways in which he has and which he hasn't. There's ways in which he has and which he hasn't, right? Like, I have, through no fault of my own, have acquired an extremely loving and warm family. I have almost certainly got better mental health than Elon Musk. I am pretty confident that I am happier than him. His comeuppance has come in the form of everyone whose approval could possibly matter to him disapproving of him. He is clearly suffering constantly from the fact that everyone who reasonably has, and everybody who has real intimacy with him despises him. Hello, Grey Nothing. And yes, I haven't. And hello, Stressed Owl. Hello, Stressed Owl. It's so good to see you. Stressed Owl has made some wonderful fan art of me. Quite a few of the fan arts. So it's not a humiliation in that sense. I suppose. But do you think Ocelot does? Do you think Ocelot understands himself as humiliated? Hold on. I feel like I need to grab a specific JPEG. Yes, there's hold on, I have to there's a JPEG I have to grab. About Ocelots. This is one of my favorite Metal Gear Solid memes. No, Gray, nothing. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. There's no reason why you have to say hello first before you say some dumb crap. Like, you can just open with it. You can just open with that. I tend to try to open with a punchline in almost every time I'm in somebody else's chat. But yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy's so dumb. It's amazing. I love Ocelot. I love Ocelot. He's amazing. He's the best. He's the best. Ocelots are proud creatures. Oh. Close the wrong thing. There we go. But yeah, no, Ocelot's so damn funny. Ocelot is so goddamn funny as a character. Nice, thank you, Cerillic. I wonder if the bots are going to be out in stronger circumstance today. God, I love Metal Gear Solid. There's a part of me that kind of wants to do like a replay of Metal Gear Solids 1, 2, and 3. I probably should actually ever play Metal Gear 1 and 2. Like, I've played them, but I never beat them. Because they're hard. They're hard, and I'm not good at games. Alright, so... those are not very good. We're just doing warm-ups right now. We're just doing warm-ups. Just doing some warm-ups here. Also, lots of proud creatures. What a goofy little guy. Of course, that's in a game that has Naked Snake. As I think about all the time, you know, Naked Snake is a spy who has never heard of lying. And that's what Metal Gear Solid 3 is about. He's pretty good. Go. He's definitely heard of sneaking, that's true. And he's heard of CQC. So the plan for today is, well, to do calligraphy. The plan for today is to do calligraphy. To the extent that I'm going to do anything specific with that calligraphy, it is going to be trying to express gratitude. Something that I try to make a fuss about in general in my life, because it makes me happy, right? It makes me happy, and I think it's good to be grateful, and it certainly makes me happier, right? I feel more grounded and stable when I go out of my way to think about what has made my life better. And it is American Thanksgiving, right? That is what we're here for. That is what we're here for. Aside from that, my big concern right now is I'm going to be trying to make sure that my verticals are really vertical. Because this has been something that has been... I really want to be improving as a calligrapher. I did have somebody ask me about commissioning me for calligraphy, which was very humbling, and I think that I want to make sure that I am better at this before I start really selling my services in that fashion. I feel like I am not really there yet. I feel like I still have some improvement to do. Admittedly, this is an instinct that I should probably be fighting against. I know some of you people have known me for a while, but I am pretty heavily perfectionistic, right? And particularly with my calligraphy, I'm very self-critical. And so it would be very easy for me, personally speaking, to just always create excuses. It would be very, very easy for me to look at this and just... never, ever accept that what I'm doing is worth publishing. And this is part of why I like streaming, bluntly. This is actually a lot of why I like streaming as an art form. Is that when you stream, it's just already published. It's already... everything I do on streaming is just published. And... that's it, right? Whereas, like, when I've made edited video, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I am so fussy. And it does not help that I despise video editing, right? As a thing to do with my time. So that doesn't help, but I will spend a million hours fiddling with my video editing. It's just incessant. It's just incessant. Nothing gets done. Just nothing ever gets done. Most of the work's going to the bin. Yeah, I would say... I mean, it's actually part of what I kind of appreciate about calligraphy, is that a specific finished work of calligraphy doesn't actually take super long. What takes all your time up is that you're doing repeated practice. Which I'm fine with. Like, you're throwing dozens of drafts into the garbage. Is what's... And I'm more comfortable with that than I am with, like, going back and erasing and correcting lines. Going back and re-EQing stuff and stuff like that drives me nuts. Okay, let's think about how I'm going to do these today. I'm not sure about that one. Ah, it's just all thank you for the coat toggle. Let me just make sure it fired. It did fire. Absolutely, Momo. Absolutely. Enjoy your nap. Enjoy your nap. I hope that I am able to provide a little bit of lubrication towards that. We are about to go into ads, though, so that might interrupt you. But we've got I'm on mid rolls these days, which I don't know. I go back and forth. I go back and forth about mid rolls all the time. Mid rolls versus pre rolls. You know, they're both kind of the devil, right? They're both kind of the devil. Mid rolls and pre rolls. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. We are about to get adsed. But it is good to see you. It is good to see you on this fine American Thanksgiving. But yes. Not sold on this. Not sold on this. All right, ads are starting. I will see you all in a few minutes. I am back. I tend to treat ads as a tax exerted on me in order to have access to emotes. That's kind of how I view them from a personal perspective. That's a bad D. That's worse. My main concern, to be honest, with ads on twitch.tv is that I just want to choose the ads that annoy... I've got two options about ads, right? I've got pre-rolls and mid-rolls, and I simply want to choose the one which annoys my viewers the least. That's it. That's my only serious concern, is I just want to choose whichever one is the least obnoxious and disruptive. And pre-rolls have a significant advantage in that there's just fewer total ads. Hello, Mora-sensei. My Ds are looking quite bad, Mora-sensei. You don't need to make fun of me for them. Oh, I'm sorry, Mora-sensei. I'm sorry. It's quite late for you, actually. Yes, it's going to be quite late. The Europe Rose. Thank you, Stressed Owl. Thank you. I feel like with Gothic, I've got... Ds are a weakness. Ds are just flat out a weakness. My S's have gotten a lot better. My core letters use M's, N's, R's, I's. All look pretty good. My K's I'm also uncertain about, because the K's are the only letter that has a sine curve in it. And that makes me feel like I'm going crazy. That just makes me feel like I'm going crazy. Like if I'm doing... if I'm doing Batard, right? If I'm doing Batard, let's do a word in Batard, right? So... Kludge. Right, so like... This is very bad because I'm just like floating off into space here. But like you can see, like there's all these curves everywhere. So the fact that you've got like a curve in the K doesn't bother me at all. But this K curve drives me bonkers. I feel like I'm doing it wrong every single time. I feel like there's just like... I'm like doing something horrible. Like committing violence against the entire script. But I don't like have a better solution. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta really, like, think hard about what you're doing. But I do think I'm probably due for another round of some letter studies. I've talked to some more experienced calligraphers, and they don't really think that's where my flaws lie, which is fair, right? Like, what I got highlighted when I saw critique most recently was that my verticals aren't vertical-in as well as I'd like them to, and I sometimes miss, particularly the lower guideline is where it's particularly bad. And so I'm really focusing on that, right? But I don't personally, in terms of what takes up my energy, in terms of what, like, drags me down, I don't feel like I particularly like those use the same resources for me doing letter studies and doing, like, precision practice. You know, doing precision practice takes up one type of mental state and one type of mental energy, whereas studying doesn't, right? Like, it uses up a different one. It's not that it doesn't use up any energy or anything, but, like, it doesn't come out of the same budget for me. Whoop, spelled with wrong. I was like, that looks wrong. Oh well. Yeah, yeah, of course. Of course. Of course it did. Of course it did. And of course, here's the other way I could write these, which I did for years, and I never liked it. But I am wondering if I should just go back. This is a more traditional way to do it. This forced me to hundreds of straight lines. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got a couple sheets somewhere around here where I'm just doing these practices. You know, I'm just going. Because there's an element that's just pure muscle, right? And I think this pertains to... I don't know how much it pertains to every art form, but I can tell you that in the case of, like, cooking, the other art form I ever do anything with, well, cooking, I guess writing. Writing you don't really do this with. But I don't know, I think I don't know, I'm less of a perfectionist with my writing, to be honest. I kind of think I'm a lesser writer. But with my cooking, with cooking, you just gotta practice knife skills, right? Like, you just have to practice knife skills. And frankly, my knife needs a sharpening, and I'm looking forward to spending probably half an hour later tonight just sharpening it. Try to do longer lines for the stability. Yeah, well, what I'm gonna run into on a limitation there is, that's gonna be kind of dictated a little bit by the... So, like, there's rules about calligraphy, about the relative heights of things. So, for Gothic, the minimum height is supposed to be a little bit less than 3 nib heights. Right? A little bit less than 3 nibs, which is pretty close to the lines on this sheet of paper. And so if I want to do longer lines, I need to go up a size in nib. I can't just... because it changes how everything looks. And then I'm burning through paper even faster. Hello, Punderful Owl. The other owl has appeared. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, I'd appreciate the critique, Stressed Owl. I just wasn't... the critique I got was not that my lines weren't straight, so much as that they weren't parallel. That I would have... to put in, like, a really exaggerated way, like, I'd like, have, like, one line like that, and then, like, one line like that. I do think... Oh! Wonderful Owl, thank you for the gift sub to Calligraphy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very kind of you. Very kind, very kind. Alright. Oh, enjoy your lurk, Wonderful Owl. After giving a gift sub. That's very kind of you. It's... Enters chat, gift subs, leaves, does not explain. I suppose so, yeah. I suppose so. Uh, Alright, hold, let me stretch out a little bit. Oh, yeah. And this side, reorient the pen. See, these are not parallel, right? These two lines are not parallel. That's what I mean. This one's also not straight either. That one's just kind of sloppy. Hmm. Amazingly few discotheques. Provide jukeboxes. Okay, Goat of Absolution. Goat of Absolution. Give me a moment to finish this pangram, Miss Mura, and I will be with you. There we go. And so what does this one mean, Mura? What does this idiom mean? Goat of absolution. My initial thought is scapegoat. Right? The both absolution and goat make me think of yeah. That's what Grey Nothing said. That's so let's see. Oh, okay. It's the Russian way to say scapegoat. Okay, cool. Oh. I was just saying that I was not told that I need to do more letter form studies, but my letter forms for numerals are dicey. Let's put it politely. They're dicey. Someone was being pinned with all the blame. Yep. Give me a moment, Stressed Owl. I'm still working through this one, and I kind of always have to do some guesswork on how to do some of these letter forms that we don't have in English. Okay, let's keep it going. Yeah, I don't like learning even like the Latin letter forms as calligraphic elements. Well, there's a couple of these I have to guess on, right? Because like this is pi, right? This is pi. Something like that. Something like that. Certainly guesswork on this part. Alt pi. What do I do with this letter? What do I do with this letter? There's something odd going on with this. That doesn't look like it's common. A comma? Something like that, maybe? I apologize. At this point, I just feel kind of guilty. Yeah, I feel like I'm just kind of embarrassing your language right now. And well, the thing whereas it's not my language to embarrass is the reason why I feel guilty about it. If it's English, I feel comfortable making a mockery of English because at least I have some ownership over it. Russian, I'm just walking around blindly. I'm not doing it on purpose or in a funny way. I'm just stumbling around. Russian cursive is a nightmare. Russian cursive is a nightmare. I'm actually kind of impressed with it, to be completely honest. That was bad. This has nothing to do with Russian being bad. This has to do with me making a mistake. I made this way too big. Way too big. Okay, hold on. Gotta think hard about this one. How do I do this? How do I do these letters? To me, look like a backwards N and a backwards R. How do I even do that in Gothic? How does that even work? I can figure out how to do it in Rustica. In Rustica, I can make this make sense, but this doesn't... how do I do this? Guess I'm gonna... This is totally improvised and is based on a letter variant of... Oh, that's so bad. Sorry. That's so bad. Gotta start over. Gotta start over. Well, the thing is like, the way that R works in Gothic, Mura, and same with N, is that they're highly directional. And because you use the, yeah, backwards is really difficult. So, like, here's how I would normally do an N. This is a normal Gothic capital N to me. Or something like this. Like, this would be a normal capital N to me. So, like... And remember that, like, I have to keep the nib at the same direction. Oh, that's possible, that's possible. I was also going to highlight that... So what I was attempting to do was, here's an alternative... This is kind of more like the Rustica N, but people will do this for Gothic as well. Alright, you come down, and then you do this. And I was trying to do this backwards, and I just did it so badly I have to start the whole damn word over again. And here's capital R. Right, let's let this dry a little bit. Right. That's actually a really bad one. That's dreadful. Hello, Milukumon. Milukomon. Milukumo. Oh my goodness, I'm doing your name so wrong every time. Miluko Moon. Miluko Moon. Miluko Moon. Miluku Moon. Well, it'll look really different, right? Because like, see, like, I can't do a hairline in that direction. I can't do a hairline in that direction. And here's a here's the curve backwards. This is probably pretty close to what I'd wind up doing. But you can see it's like a pretty different letter shape than this. Like, these are quite different. But yeah, time to do this over again. Time to do this over again. I am sorry to both Mura and to Stressed Owl. It's going to take me a little that I did this so badly I need to do it over again. That's actually already a better K. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much for coming by, Emperor's Armpits. How are things over in the Europe? I say as if there aren't already half a dozen Europeans here. You're also Europe. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's night. I mean, I mean, I've always felt like I've been doing a balancing act on timing my streams. To be honest, like, the big question about whether I time my streams at, like, 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m., the big question is mostly, like, Europe versus American prime time. European prime time versus American prime time. That's really what it's about. And I get stressed out about it all the time. I don't. I don't watch Olivia as much as I would like to. I love Olivia, but she streams a lot, and she streams a lot when I'm asleep. And when I'm streaming, for that matter. Yeah, I am sorry to the East Asia. Poor East Asians. The East Asians that I know that watch me off the top of my head that I actually have talked to, Inari streams at the same time as me, so rip to her. Rainy watches my VODs, and Carmelo has like the worst sleep on the planet. Is what is happening. Carmelo has impressively bad sleep, even by my standards. So that's how that works out for the East Asians. I can imagine that. I can imagine that. I mean, it's really a question of like people. Well, and here's Jules. And speaking of people with terrible sleep schedules, well, you know, when I say primes, I mean like gets off of work but not actually late at night. Actually late at night here. Actually late at night here is like we call that DGen hours. I mean, I'm not worried about the H. The H I did a bad job on, but that was just pure blunder, right? That was just misplay. That was just misplay. Big loop. Circle and pull down. Oh, that makes it harder, Mura. That makes it harder. Not impossible, but it is a bit of a that one requires going further outside of the comfort zone. Unless you're saying that writing it as an H the way I did is actually like illegible in Russian, then I'll bend. I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense to me. It's just a little, to me, it's a little bit goofy, but like I don't know, letter forms or whatever they are, right? Letter forms or whatever they are. Just stretching out my back a little bit here while I, probably sleep. I have a lot to think about. I hope that I hope Maluko, they're good things to think about. Okay, it's illegible. I mean, Gothic is not a very legible script. Like, I feel like that's... often underestimated. And you said that I didn't do the W very well last time. So I can do that a little bit better. So that's the actual W. Is that better? That little down curve thing? Alright, hold on, I gotta... Alright, that's better. Good, good. Bad. Sorry. Misplay there. Yeah, no, I've got multiple options about how I can draw the E's, and I prefer the curved ones, to be honest. I prefer this E is kind of really like a C variation, more than it is, like, if I did a more normal capital, this is like also a viable Gothic capital E, right, is like this, right? And I just don't like it as much. I just don't like it nearly as much. Okay, now we get to the part that's actually hard. How do I do this one? How do I actually do this one? Hold on. Just you? Hold on, let me display it. Let me let this dry a little bit, and then I'll show you what a U looks like. Well, what I would draw for a U. When you say draw a U, this would be my instinct, right? Would be this letter form. Of course, I do know another Gothic. I do know a couple of other Gothic capital U's. I like this one the most, but that's also a Gothic capital U. And I can flourish it up a little bit. Obviously, these are totally unflourished. These are the naked. These are the bare forms. Thinner one looks better? Okay, yeah. In general, I feel like Gothic, the inclination is to make it look super thick. The letters drag you in that direction. There we go. But like Gothic is intrinsically kind of thick, and that gives you this kind of like pull apart. It makes you want to like push things apart. But it honestly looks much better when you try to keep it as tight as possible and just like skirt the edge of being at all legible. Uh, there we go. There we go. I think I did much better there. Oh. Alright. Let me just make sure that I'm not... do some shoulder rolls. Let me do some shoulder rolls and let you appreciate it for a moment. I'll take a picture with my actual camera afterwards. Oh. And I'll probably get it in December. Well, obviously, we're only like a couple days left of November. I'll probably be getting it close to New Year's, but I'm going to get a scanner. So, because I've been using my phone camera to take pictures of these, and the phone camera has a fisheye effect, which, like, you don't think about very hard when you're just looking at it. When you're just looking at, like, normal, naturalistic pictures. But when you've got parallel lines like this, the fisheye effect becomes really noticeable and really aggravating. So I'm going to get a scanner, so I can scan these properly. A flatbed scanner. I'm probably going to convert over to... I'm getting close to the end of this notepad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've got 12 sheets left, including this. Including this one. I've got 12 left. So I need new paper. I'm probably going to convert over to loose. I'm probably going to convert over to loose. Oh geez, how do I do that Cyrillic D? Oh geez. Stress out, you chose like way harder one. Oh, you chose a really hard one. There's like 4 letters on here that I have no idea how to approach at all. So this one's Greek pi derived. I know it's pronounced as a D, but it's such like it's such an odd letter. It's a letter from that's so unfamiliar to Americans, right? Like when we do like our fake Cyrillic stuff, we use it as an A. It looks like the letter A. it's written as a D too. I can think about this one. It's kind of like an A with tiny legs, which is tricky because the bottom of A for me is already really tough. Like this is capital A in Gothic, right? This guy up here, and I already find this to be a tough one. I find this to be a pretty tricky one. I find it to be a pretty brutal one. All right, so we have like a minute left until ads, so I'm just going to hit the ads early and get myself some hot cocoa. I'm going to hopefully come back with a better answer for how I approach this letter form. But I suspect what's going to wind up happening is I'm going to probably try to mimic the way that it looks in print, and it's probably going to look like a catastrophe. That's my plan. We'll see. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Okay, how am I gonna do this one? Okay. I've got some ideas. Okay. Let's get over here and all right. I have no idea if that's actually legible to the Russians, but okay, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Murat. That's good to know. That's good to know. Oh boy, oh boy. I've got no idea how to approach this one. Holy crap. I mean, not this one. This one's just no. Good old familiar O. Coming all the way from Greek. From the Omicron. What the hell do I do with this thing? I don't even know what this letter is supposed to be. This to Americans, we look at this as an asterisk, right? And I can figure out... I can make a sense... in my mind's eye, I can imagine a sensible version of it in Secretary. Yeah, that one. That one. Again, to us, it looks like an asterisk, right? Like it looks like a wild card. It doesn't even look like attempting to be a letter. And my mind wants to pronounce it like an X. Which is the hardest letter in Gothic. By quite a bit. The Gothic X is really rough. How do I do this? How do I do this? Because there's a part of me that thinks I should just, oh, it's K and K mirrored, but together. That actually clarifies a lot. That actually clarifies a lot. That clarifies a lot. Okay, hold on. Let's start from the center and work our way outward, right? Something on the page that I want. There's a loose fiber on the page. That could have messed things up quite a bit. So start with the center line. Just no way to do that without a curve. I try to avoid using curves whenever I can in Gothic. And I think this is, I think I did a really bad job here. I apologize, folks. I think this is really rough. I think I'd need to do a few hundred to get, any meaningful results. Hello, Joy Kuchi. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, Jokuchi? I've got Russians tormenting me. I am being plagued with Russians right now. They are. They're convincing me to use 12th century English Latin scripts to try to kludge into Russian phrases. If it's legible, I guess that's fine. Yeah, normal Wednesday. Exactly. The palpable relief as I write a letter that I know how to write. Oh, that's true. It's also Thursday. You're right. It's also Thursday. I don't know. Am I learning? Friday for you, yeah. Well, enjoy Kuchi. It's because I am very open-minded and patient. That's why. That's very sweet of you to say, Jokuchi. Thank you. Thank you. And... yeah. Alright, this was the capital N. How did I write it before that made you guys happy? This way. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I'll rate Chris Weeb shit. I don't mind at all. This one just kills me because I don't know how to write these letter forms, and I feel like I'm doing a bad job. I don't mind making a mockery of the English language. That's my language, right? But when it's a language that I don't really speak, if you were to ask me to write like stuff in like Viet or something, is this more or less correct? I took a total stab on this letter form, but I wasn't as scared of it as I was of This guy. This one didn't freak me out as much. I think it turned out all right. But yeah, stressed out. This was my attempt. This was my attempt at writing your language without mangling it too incredibly badly. To frame someone, underlay a pig. Okay. Okay. So I'm just being really bothered by how much my desk shakes when I, like, do nothing. Like, I'm doing, like, nothing, and you can see it shaking. I'm like, barely moving. I wonder if I can shake that. Yeah, that's... Okay, so I can't... It's not... My literal breathing is not enough to disrupt the camera form. Not the camera form. Why? I keep on saying form. The camera stability. Ugh. Alright. Whew. These ones are pretty tough. These ones are pretty friggin' tough. I think it's actually just that the desk is kind of light, to be honest, stressed out. I think I just need, like... This desk, like, I can pick up the entire desk, like, with one arm. I think it's just a light desk. I think it's just lighter... I think I just did not realize how light it would... Because I bought this desk before I started streaming by quite a bit. And so... If I'm not streaming, if I don't have a live camera looking at the desk from above, I don't notice, right? It just doesn't really matter that it's not very stable. I think I just need, like, a much heavier construction desk than this. I think that's pretty much it. I don't think Joikuchi is. I don't think Joikuchi was. Oh, I guess Joikuchi is. I thought Joikuchi just had, like, one of the filthiest names in all of Twitch history. Jesus. And I feel a little bit bad right now, because on the list of languages for me to learn, Russian is, like, not even in the top, like... It's not really in the running. Like, Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish are all ahead of it. There aren't even that many Russian speakers in my neighborhood. There's way more Ukrainian and Hebrew speakers. There's way more Ukrainian, Hebrew, and Polish speakers, actually. Like, Russian's, like, relatively far down the list. Obviously, Spanish and Haitian Creole are, like, way ahead of those. Spanish, Haitian Creole, and Chinese are pretty common in my neighborhood. Like, there's not, like, no Russian speakers around here, but it's, like, not very, very many. I think most of them are Hebrew speakers, primarily. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But your language is also hard. Have you considered that, Mora? Your language is hard. Like... I mean, from a VTubing perspective, Japanese is definitely the one to learn, right? Like Japanese is a prestige language in these parts. Nihongo wa meiwe no bengo wa, right? Like, it's... No way am I forcing on someone on a curse of learning Russian. That's fair. I mean, my understanding is that Russians, everything I've ever learned about Russian is it's a very difficult language. Just for learning Yabe stuff. Jeez. I also need to replace this thing. Yeah, I don't know how they write Russian, the word Russian in, I need to double check something. I need to double check something before I write it, but, so, yeah, you're talking to a person whose language has 0 cases, 0 genders, 0 types. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on, I need to, yeah, Arabic is apparently a nightmare. Don't have articles. Let me go to MDVG. Yeah, okay. This is kind of interesting. So, this is how you write Russian in traditional Chinese. This one I could remember, was how you write Russian in traditional Chinese. I'm used to writing these, like, way smaller, so bear with me. I'm using too little pressure. So that's traditional Chinese for Russian. And I had to look up the Japanese, because the Japanese does it differently. So this is and this is the Japanese version of it, because the Japanese do it completely differently. So it's the same word for language here, right? It's the same word for language. And also, how are you doing, Blastazar? Yeah, Arabic produces the coolest calligraphy. So here's the Chinese versus the Japanese, right? So these are completely different characters. Just got back from a function. Excellent. Yes, it is the day for functions. So the Japanese for it is the language of do, right? Like the stuff that in the morning. And I don't quite know why. I don't. It's, you know, like the water that you see on the grass in the morning. I don't know why Russia is that. I'm guessing it's probably mostly that it's pronounced ro. Is like a big part of it. So it's rogol. This is the Chinese. This is selfish. Russia is the land of selfishness in Chinese, which I find really funny. Because like the way they write like France and Germany and America are all like really laudatory. England is the land of honor. America is Magwal. America is Magwal. The land of beauty is America. Germany is the land of discipline, Dogwall, and France is the land of technique. It's like those are all like really laudatory. Those are all like really positive ones. And then Russia's the land of selfishness. And I think it mostly has to do with the fact that when the way in which those the context in which embassies were developed for those countries, that the embassies involving the U.S. and the U.S. and France and Germany, all of those embassies involved a context where it was like merchants first, right? That it was very like merchants first, and the Chinese really got to set the terms for it. So the people who chose those terms were Chinese merchants who were trying to flatter the Qing dynasty into thinking that these were countries worth trading with, right? Like, they didn't have to. The Qing dynasty, for a period, at least, was able to really dictate the terms of negotiations with English and French merchants. And so they were able to kind of... So, like, it was Chinese merchants, right, who were advocating to the Qing throne, we should have diplomacy with these countries. Aren't they so cool? The land of honor, the land of techniques, the land of discipline, the land of beauty. Meanwhile, Russia has actual, like, violent border disputes with China at the same period, right? Like the relationship that China and the Qing dynasty have is much more violent, is much more bloody. And so I think that that's a lot of why. Yes. Yes, China has frequently called Japan the land of the Wuko, the pirates, right? The pirates and savages. So yeah, I think that's kind of an interesting little note, right? I think that's a kind of a little interesting note. Got a lot of ink on my fingers just from like 10 seconds of using the brush pen. Oh. Alright. Inky hands. There we go. Arabic is a tough one, yeah. Arabic is one that I would want to learn purely for, yeah, exactly. The Arabic calligraphy is incredible. Arabic calligraphy puts the rest of us to damn shame. So That's a hell of a thing for us. The roofs were called uruses, which I'm assuming actually comes from. Is that closer for like for referring to the Earls, or for referring to like Ursus, like bears? I guess it should be for the Earls, because Tartar Mongol is not at all a Indo-European language, so they would use Ursus, or any derivative of Arctus for bear. Oh yeah. I'm guessing you're studying Arabic as part of your former career, is what I'm going to guess. I know so little Arabic. I just know that it's cool. I just know that I'm impressed by it, but I know so little of it. Yeah. Some of those tells about being online during certain periods, I still remember folks who are like, people in the Arab world never did anything to develop algebra or chemistry. And it's like, yes, they did. Yes, they did. We get those words from Arabic. Like, we get those words from Arabic in English. Yeah. Mura, the early mid-2000s United States was flabbergastingly racist. Was as a person who studied a lot of colonial history, it's still actually kind of like reads like a satire sometimes to like think about what it was like during the early to mid 2000s. I say often that Helldivers is very, very much about that era. Helldivers is very much a satire of America during the Bush administration. And I think, if anything, Helldivers, and particularly Helldivers 2, is too nice about it. It's too nice to us about that period of our history and how we behaved. Let's get... Yeah, there we go. Inky hands. But yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's really not hard to find incredible Middle Eastern art. Like one of the books we read for book club was Exit West. That was me and Sierra, and Exit West was incredible, and it's an Iranian book. It's incredible, beautiful art. It's staggering how gorgeous it is, and it's like exactly the sort of thing that Americans refused to believe was possible. In that era, right? It was just like exactly the sort of thing that like, oh no, like these Muslims don't have any gentleness, any passion, any empathy for others. Truly vile stuff in our culture. Truly awful period of our culture. I am thankful that it's not like that right now. We're still pretty bad in America. I don't want to overplay how like not racist we are or something like that, but it's the early 2000s was grotesque, even by today's standards. What should I be writing right now? I do like Helldivers, but I haven't played in a while. Oh yeah, no. There's a lot of effort to like. Well, it's like that's like a big element of colonialism, a big element of how Orientalism has played out as a practice. Per Edward Said, read Edward Said. Edward Said's actually a really easy to read and wonderful writer. per Edward Said, a lot of the thing that happens with Orientalist literature is this attempt to use only the oldest sources, this attempt to reduce cultures down to their oldest books, as if like you could understand everything about England from the Magna Carta, right? The Magna Carta has more bearing on contemporary English life than Shakespeare or The Thick of It. Even like I feel like The Thick of It and The Office are much more useful guides to 21st century British culture than the Magna Carta or Shakespeare. But that isn't the mentality that these folks had, who were the Orientalists. They wanted you to be able to read the oldest books and use that as a kind of mass decoder for understanding the entire society. So it produced these absolute absurdities, like looking at, sending out public pamphlets that were written in Quranic Arabic. That was something that Napoleon did, and it obviously didn't pan out well for him because, his Egyptian expedition was a catastrophe. And the and so that, like, once you start doing that, once you start from this premise of you only need to understand the oldest parts of a culture, that kind of elides itself smoothly but entirely incoherently into nothing happened in this society, right? If all you ever study is things that happened 1,500 years ago. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the fall, Night Hunter Teresa. Thank you for the fall. If all you ever study about a culture is things that happened hundreds and hundreds of years ago, then all of a sudden you can start believing that nothing happened in the intervening hundreds of years. You've assumed your conclusion. I always feel like assuming the conclusions is a very dangerous intellectual practice. Which is also assuming the conclusion means the same thing as begging the question, but begging the question has changed meaning over the years. Whoa, you okay? My internet went fuzzy there for a second. Padoru time. What does Padoru time mean? What does Padoru time mean? I'm just taking a quick look at 30 frames missed. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I need to start filling that in more. I was filling that in more, and hello Cielo. Hello Cielo. I like Goodreads. I can't really, I'm really bad about keeping up with social media. I can only keep up with like 2 or 3 sites at a time. If it's a word without sound for you, you're blessed. Thank you, I guess? Yeah, I don't know what that means. But yeah, I should be updating my Goodreads more. I should be updating that more because I've been reading a lot more books lately. I've been reading a lot more books. I do always get nervous about posting negative reviews online. I'm much less nervous about it on my personal account. But I know that if I post negative things about something that's really popular, a lot of people get mad at me. Well, Nighthunter Teresa, since you're new here, you probably don't know this, but every week I do a book club with another streamer. Usually a VTuber, usually another VTuber, but sometimes I've done one FleshTuber, and we read a book and we discuss it. I call it the book that changed my life series. The most recent one we did, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter by Brandon Sanderson. But I've done a lot of really good books, and I try to read the book that that the person brings on. Which, credit for Brandon Sanderson, he's really easy to read. And so are the Tamako sisters. I am sorry, Blastazar. I'm not saying this. I'm trying not to say this very loudly because I don't want to disappoint people too much. But I don't think it's really going to take off. But yeah, I'm no, I know you're memeing bosses are. I just like don't want you people to be too disappointed by the fact that like I liked Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, but like it didn't hit me nearly as it was not a book that I'm like I need to read more Brandon Sanderson. I don't like feel like compelled to read tons more Brandon Sanderson. I'm sure that I'll be getting some more Brandon Sanderson books in the fullness of time, but oh, okay, Joy Kuchi, have a lovely night. Have a lovely night. Yeah, Night Hunter, it's been very good for getting me exposed to a lot of books that I might not have read. I had never heard of This One Summer or Exit West before I did the book series, and they've become two of my favorite books. And I think I need to get a time commitment from my next couple of people. Oh yeah, you do just have to prioritize things, right, Night Hunter? Like that's true. Enjoy your rest, Drakuchi. Yeah, you do just have to make priorities, right? And like, so I'm a VTuber, right? And there are a couple of things for VTubers are very natural things to work on as skills. A very obvious natural one for us to work on is illustration. Because if you do your own illustrations and your own graphic design, that means that you can just make your own assets very readily. And it saves a lot of time and money. It saves a lot of time and money to focus on those. If you can make your own, that is to say, as opposed to having to like go through an artist or a graphic designer. And so it's like a really reasonable skill for a VTuber to work on. But like I'm just not that compelled by it. Honestly, I just like emotionally it doesn't mean very much to me. I like doing calligraphy. I like painting models. I like the arts I work on. I don't really do things on stream I don't like. I don't really do things I don't like in VTubing. But like if I wanted to work on a couple of these skills that VTubers tend to work on, it would be like a lot of work, and if I'm not enthusiastic about it, I shouldn't. Right? That's kind of my ultimate conclusion. Like other ones would obviously be like I could get really good at shooters. Well, very hypothetically. Yeah, very hypothetically. maybe not me personally speaking. Abstractly, I could try to get very good at shooters. And singing is another one, right? Like singing and shooting are two things that VTubers tend to use very much as skills that that people like. And Blast, you've watched me. Blast, you've watched me play Soulsborne games. You know what that's like. You know what that's like. I am... For people who don't get it, I am, like, perhaps the worst Dark Souls player on the planet. I am perhaps the worst Dark Souls player. It's staggering how bad I am at Dark Souls. I died 123 times before I got a single kill. I was 123-0 in Dark Souls. I believe I still have the death counter available. Yep. Last check, 440 deaths to 22 kills. I'm slowly picking up what hobbies to keep or not, and that type of stuff surely weighs on all decisions. It's good to min-max sometimes, but sometimes picking something because something else... with a mediocre skill down the line, you don't have the will to break through. Yeah, Knight Teresa, that all makes sense. That all makes sense to me, right? I always start from a point of I'm only going to do stuff I actually enjoy. Right. Oh, geez. Good luck on your essay, Stressed Owl. Good luck on your essay. But yeah, I always start from a point of I'm only going to do things I enjoy. I always start from that point. And if I don't enjoy something, I only do one stream of it. I stick to it. I stick to my commitments. I'm very... I don't know what it is. I've got a kind of stubbornness where I have to stick to my commitments. But if I don't enjoy something I'm doing on stream, I just only do it once. And it could be for any of a number of reasons, but like, I try to stick to things that I enjoy doing because people are rooting for me. To be honest, it's something that does weigh on my mind a little bit. Is that people here seem to be rooting for me. People here seem to want me to succeed, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm very, very grateful that the folks who come here are very kind. I might fiddle around in the margins here a little bit more. I think I've got some more life left on this page. I might change it over to just chatting. Let's go. Jeez. That's a big category. Just chatting is kind of my main category, but I keep on forgetting how big it is sometimes in comparison to other ones. Like, holy crap. But yeah, I just, I enjoy doing this, right? I enjoy doing this. Cracking some knuckles here. Hold on, I need some thought here. I need to do a little bit of thinking. I need to put on the thinking cap here. I'm getting stressed out about the fact that I don't actually have a backup pad of paper after this one. At least not in this size. Right, like... Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. I have an entire college degree in a subject I don't care about. Right? Like, to me, that's like the most extreme one I've got is I went through an entire chemistry degree, and I don't think I had a single interesting thing to say or do in chemistry. You know, so uh, yeah, I mean, having money doesn't hurt, to be honest, bosses are. I am nervous about the fact that I am broke these days. Uh, that does make me really anxious. But I do what I can, right? Yeah, do what you have to survive. Do what you enjoy. I mean, so far I feel generally good about. I'm a nervous Nelly, right? I'm just kind of a nervous. I'm a guy who worries easily about the future. Well, yeah, that's true, Night Hunter. And I guess I should actually ask you, Duri. So you say you don't read very much, and you'd like to. What is it that you do that you like to do? That is the thing that's like winning. What is winning, right? For you on that front. I'm certainly not going to shame you if it turns out there's like manga or something like that, because I read a lot of really bad romance mangas, man. Uh, well, and I mean, also that actually reminds me. Yeah. Actually, Blasters Eye. Let's do this in the book chat on the server. Let's have a romance manga off. Actually, no, Al, I'm just gonna go on a rant about this briefly because I got 2 minutes. Um,
I really like Aka Akasaka as an author, and I read Love Agency, which I mostly thought was very good. But I'm very mad that they managed to, in the course of the series, sell that Pwn was hot. They sold us that Pwn was hot and fat at the same time. They sold us on that, and then they walked it back. Like, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory on Pwn's character design. It was really frustrating to me. It's like you pulled off something that's actually kind of challenging, and interesting and transgressive, and beautiful, and then you were like, oops, that was a mistake. It's like, oh, come on, man. That was very frustrating for me. Otherwise, I really liked that one. Otherwise, I really liked a romance love agency. I really liked it on that. I'm going to continue this when I get back from ad break. But enjoy the fan art gallery while I am gone. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Doing cooking battles with chef assassins. Yeah. Fashion cooking research. Writing, painting, and music, and career in IT. Oh yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, cooking is one of those things where, like, I love cooking, but I tend to view cooking as a relatively low maintenance. I view cooking as a very low maintenance hobby because you gotta eat anyway. I mean, that's kind of my view on cooking, is like, you have to eat anyway, so may as well put some care into it, I guess. like, I guess if you're cooking, so if you're like doing like a lot of recipe experimentation where you're throwing out lots of failed cooking experiments on the regular, that's going to that's different, right? That's different. But I don't know too many people who are doing that. Most people kind of like, they either cook like with the bare minimum effort to feed themselves, or they put like care into cooking things that they really like and that they can feel proud of. I don't know too many people who are like spending more money cooking than they would have spent on other people paying for their food, right? Like, it's not like I don't really know anybody who gets into cooking and then their food budget increases by the amount that it would increase if they got into Warhammer. Writing, painting, and music is a classic combination. That's a classic combination. But yes, Teresa, we literally have my Discord's most important channel, by my reckoning. I'm very defensive about it. Most important channel is for sharing people's art. Is for sharing amateurs' art. That's the most important channel, is the art share channel. Nobody shared music yet so far, which, it only hit me now that that's surprising. A lot of model painting, a lot of food, a lot of doodles, right? A lot of like drawing, but not. I don't think we've gotten any like music. Originally, it was for origami. Hello, Zamiel. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's good to see you, Zamiel. You chose your birthday. Happy birthday, Zamiel. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I like making origami flowers. I don't do it super often. I like doing it because it's something to do with my hands. And I've done it a few times, but not very frequently, where I do calligraphy on a piece of paper and then fold it, and that turns out in a kind of cool way. But honestly, I've just been focusing more on the calligraphy of late. I've kind of been like drilling down more and more into this as like my main art form. I should probably do some more model painting, but I'm out of models. I'm out of models, and we've there's a plan to get me some more models. But it's still in the works. It's still in the works. Well, the thing is, I'm very indecisive. The only model I know I want to do, for sure, is the Sesame Hellball. I want to do the Sesame Hellball. I do have a throne. I do have a throne. It gets linked every like 20 minutes. I actually thought I thought it was actually an annoying amount. Let me go grab it. Throne. I need to spell throne correctly. Right, yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've got a throne. Yeah, I was like, I definitely have a throne. No, just nobody ever uses it. And I haven't linked it to my Blue Sky yet. So I apparently Blue Sky doesn't have Blue Sky and Throne don't have integration yet. So I will have to do it manually. I'll have to do it manually. That is not a parallel line right there. Readable calligraphy things. So architecture school. I obviously did not go to architecture school. I have a very liberal arts education. I have degrees in chemistry and sociology are the main ones. Do have an undergraduate in history. But I always have to be careful about that one because people often assume that when I say former professor that I was a history professor, and I really need to be clear with people that I was not a history professor. I really do not want to get called out for... Oh, the sociology professor. Oh, these lines are feeling crisp right now. I'm getting a little bit emotional right now. So one of those things that I loved about my former career was doing field work. I loved getting to meet so many people because that was the job, right? That was the job. Was you meet people and you interview them and you talk to them. And that's one of those things that I've had to give up, right? Not just because of career change, but because of, you know, the whole plague thing, right? And that was definitely a way in which my life felt like it was getting smaller. And VTubing has reversed that trend. VTubing has reversed that trend in my life. Like, my life felt like it was getting a lot smaller, largely due to the pandemic, and its long-term ramifications on my health and my life. And now I get to meet so many cool people all the time. And it's amazing. I just play around focus a little bit. No, that's bad. That was bad focus. Jeezy Pete's. Oh, Tamamo, best girl. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Which Tamamo? I don't know this Tamamo that you're referring to. Tamamo, best girl. I think I can fit the from in here. Oh. Oh. From the Fate series. Okay, okay. No, I watched Fate Zero and enjoyed it. But I mostly remember Alexander and Gilgamesh is most of what I remember from Fates. I did watch Fate Stay Night, but I don't remember it as well. Locking in a little bit here. Locking in a little bit here. But yes, welcome in. Yeah, Gilgamesh is pretty memorable. Yeah, I did like Fate Zero quite a bit. I watched Fate Zero, I liked it a lot. I watched Fate Stay Night, thought it was fine. And I watched one episode from, I think it was Apocrypha, and I disliked it so much I haven't watched any Fate ever since then. I know a lot of people liked Apocrypha. I'm a person who doesn't like lots of lore dumping. Like, that's my big thing. I do not like things that do lots of lore dumping. That's like a real big turnoff to me. Is like big lore dumps. And let's do this one. Say the character designs were cool. I just, again, I have like a thing about pacing, right? I have this thing about pacing. Like, pacing is perhaps, pacing and sentence construction are like the two biggest determinants to me in how much I like a piece of fiction. And like in the first episode of Fate Apocrypha might be the worst paced episode of any anime I've ever seen. It might be the worst paced 20 minutes of television or film I've ever seen. I was staggered. Comparable only to like the middle of Alien versus Predator is like the next worst I can think of. Like, Neil Breen films are better. Sorry, I'm being like really negative. I try not to be too negative on here. Because it's like, I think it's kind of cringe. I think it's kind of cringe and obnoxious, especially when people just said they like something, right? It's kind of obnoxious of me to be a hater. Oh, God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have said it. Fuck me. Sorry, I'm trying to swear less as well. I think the next movie night is probably going to be more John Wick. I'm not sure. I should talk with Glitch about it, because Glitch really wants me to do another John Wick movie night. And I think she'd be very mad if I did it without her being available. I don't think we generally do things that, like, I don't think I generally do movie nights where it's like a director or anything like that. It's always like, we've done actor ones. We did Jesse Plemons. We did do Jesse Plemons movie night because that's an actor right there. That's an actor. But usually it's like heists or assassins or duels. Duels was a really good one. Amazon Exploration was an okay one. Exploration was fine, but then we did like multiple movie nights that were duels movie nights, and those movie nights ruled. The Drive movie night was also very good. Drive, Baby Driver, and Taxi Driver. Like, even though we've watched most of the... We've watched the vast majority of Edgar Wright stuff. We never had, like, an Edgar Wright movie night. We watched, Oh, that was a good one. Yeah, Azumanga Daio's ending is so good. Yeah. Understandable. I mean, like I said, I thought, again, I only really saw Zero and Fate. I'm Zero and Stay Night, and I thought Zero stood on its own perfectly well. I know that Zero's like a prequel, but like I watched it and I was like, oh, this is a pretty complete story. It doesn't need anything else. Oh, geez, that's bad parallel right there. This is really bad over here. I'm feeling bad. Oh, no, don't worry about it, Doho. Don't worry about it. I don't check Discord while I'm streaming. Like, this is like a... At most, I will check. If I'm expecting a DM from somebody, I might check. Or if I'm in a collab with somebody, I'll check my DMs with the person I'm collabing with. Otherwise, I don't check Discord while I'm streaming. Generally considered good streamer practice to not check your phone or anything while you're streaming. And I stick to it, right? I put my phone on silent. Well, do not disturb, I guess. While I'm streaming. And I don't check my Discord DMs. Yeah, don't worry about it, Tohu. For one thing, I poke people while they're streaming all the time. And I just expect that they won't check until afterwards. Alright, Tomomo, it was a pleasure meeting you, and have a lovely night. Sleep well. Sleep well. I mean, I would say it in English and they wouldn't understand because they speak Russian. That's what would happen, Mora. I'm going crazy because there's something I wanted to say to you, Mora, and I forgot what it was. What was it? I forget. Damn it. I did forget. Pulling the brain cells, yeah. What in the world was I thinking about? Oh my goodness.
What was it? It was something that was going to antagonize her. Welcome back, welcome back. I forgot. I forgot entirely, Mora. I just knew it was something that would make you mad. Which is low bar, because lots of things make you mad. But, hmm. How was it? It's gonna drive me nuts all day. Thinking mouth. Thinking mouth. Yeah. I know you love scuff. I feel like that's the main reason why you're around here, right? Is for the scuff, not for anything else. If I get my tech actually working decently, it'll be done.
Yeah, the Cyrillic is murder. Yeah. Uh, oh, I really like that B. Oh, yeah, we're still going mobile. I mean, I was planning on going for... Well, we're almost 4 hours in. Oh, geez. Misspelling. I was planning on going till... at least another hour, maybe 2. I don't know. I don't know. Subathon is still going. Subathon's still friggin' going somehow. Yes, Maura, it's very late for you. It's very late for you. I was hoping that you would have fallen asleep by now. But you're a grown ass woman. You can take care of yourself. Ooh, yeah, I've done that before. I've done that before. Uh, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you, Mura. I know that I tend to wake up at really weird hours if I go to sleep early, right? Like I know that's the thing about me. I don't assume that there's some environmental disturbance that's waking you up at midnight regularly. That feels like an odd one. You have to have a really loud housemate that sets things off. Oh, actually, yes. No, hold on, Mara. I actually did have something that you. I actually did have something for you. I remember what it was. Because I know you don't check my schedule very often. Next week, I'm going to be on EG's channel. I figured you would like that. Yeah. EG's very nice. EG's very nice. Totally wrote the word hole just because I like the word W and I was trying to stall on having to write an X. I mostly post my schedule to my Discord. I posted to Discord and Blue Sky. That's really where I posted. But yeah, I'll be on EG's next week. For session chat. But yeah, they're very nice. They're very nice and they're very sweet. Okay. Seconds. Oh, I don't like that A at all. I think I know what's going on with my calligraphy right now. I think I get it. There's a problem that had been bothering me this page. And I think I get it. Yeah, no, that happens, Morel, unfortunately. As a lifelong insomniac, it's not like you actually get makeup sleep very often. Yeah, I think I figured out what's happening to my calligraphy today. And so I think I'm low on blood sugar. I didn't eat very much today. My roommates were using the kitchen until 4:30. So so until half an hour into stream. So I've only had like little snacks all day. So I think I just haven't had enough to eat. Yeah. I think I'm just hungry. Okay, I think if you look at this, like my letter forms are getting sloppy. Particularly like around here, they start getting really sloppy. And I think that's muscle shakes. Um, I may actually take a longer break than just an ad break. Because I think I need like a meal. I think I need like actual food that requires cooking. Um, and of course, 4 hours is usually about the limit on my back. So I'm gonna slam snooze. I'm gonna slam snooze. Sure, I would not mind. It'll be a few minutes, but I wouldn't mind a raid suggestion. I've got some people in mind, but I'll take suggestions as well. Stretch out a little bit. Color brews. Okay. I am grateful that I get to stream. I get to make art and share it with you. I get to meet so many cool people from all across the world, learn from them, hear their stories. I am grateful to have an audience that appreciates my work. I am grateful beyond words for the support you have shown me. The whole experience has been beautiful and humbling. Thank you. A thing that I kind of ran out of space before I got to say was that streaming has made my life better in a lot of ways beyond even the obvious, beyond these things. Being a streamer weirdly has made me deal with some psychological issues that I had that needed to be dealt with at some point. I didn't deal with them in the previous many decades. I am much better about standing up for myself and about speaking for myself and about doing things that I want. I am a person who tends to contort himself into shapes to suit the people around me and to suit what they want from me and to suit them over my own desires and my own comfort. And weirdly, streaming has made me much better at dealing with that, because that's a problem, right? That's not a good habit. And being here and doing this work and being with all of you has made me much better about knowing the difference between being courteous and setting myself on fire to keep other people warm. That's something I'm very vulnerable to, and I've gotten much better about managing that. My relationships with a lot of people in my real life have become much healthier as a result of streaming. And even if I don't succeed here, at the very least I did get those benefits out of this. I did become a much healthier, happier person as a result of that, as a result of doing those things. So I have to thank you all. I have to thank you all for helping me in that really important and major way. Yes, weirdly been a emasculating experience. I weirdly feel much more in touch with myself and my life and who I am as a person and my gender, right? Like I talk about gender on here sometimes, and I feel much more in touch and intact than I did even a few years ago. So thank you all for that. Snooze again. Let's bring up the schedule. So yes, this is the schedule for the week. Tomorrow I'm doing Echoes of the Eye again. Echoes of the Eye is incredible. I hope that you all enjoy it as much as I do. Saturday is going to be a wildcard day. I am going to reserve the right to... hold on, I'm going to shut some things down. I'm going to disable that one. There we go. Yes, that's what I want. I'm going to reserve the right to stream again later tonight because I don't have anything better to do tonight. So if I really, I reserve the right to stream again later tonight. Deal with it. Deal with it. Oh, and also I forgot a very important thing to do here. Very important thing to do here. Very important thing to do here. We have killed the hell out of my affiliate subathon. The model debut was the main one I wanted to get, and we got it, and then we've gone another 130 past that. We're another 130 past that. We're 95 away from you getting me to cosplay as myself, which is actually kind of fun. That's actually kind of fun. As mentioned several times, the chat picks redeems I'm going to do as one big stream, probably close to Christmas. I think I'll do it like a week before Christmas. And then cooking will be after the New Year's. Rating stream I'll set up I'll set up how I'm going to do that over the next couple days. That one I'll set up in the next couple days. I've got a couple things that I know I'm going to rate, which is going to be like 40k factions and cuisines. I might also do beer styles. I don't know if that's as interesting. But definitely the 40k one I'll do. And maybe some other factions from some other things. But the spicy ramen I can do pretty much any time. Bad fiction reading, I've already got the book picked out. Dumpling stream, I just need to get the ingredients. Dark Souls stream is the one that's going to require a lot of setup, because 24 hours is a murder. I thought about doing it today, but I decided it needed some build-up. And who's got a raid message? This is what I got. That's what I got. And let's see, emotes. I gotta go to the Emojipedia. I always have to copy paste this. Okay, so if you are... Oh my goodness, Princess Roska! Oh my goodness. I'll keep going for a little bit longer then. Oh, Jeezy Pete's. Welcome in, Princess Roska. What were you doing? You're doing art! What art were you working on? Tell me about it. Yes, I was. I will stick around for a few more minutes for your sake. I haven't eaten today. I haven't eaten today because my roommates were using the kitchen half an hour into stream. So I had like a little bowl of rice at the start of stream, and otherwise I'm So hold on. Let me do this the right way. Welcome in, Raiders. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. Princess Roska, welcome in. John, ya boy, welcome in. You found a cute vase. Excellent. That's very wonderful, Princess Roska. That's very wonderful. So let me put some things away. We were getting to the end of stream, but I may as well show people what's been going on. Actually, hold on. Let's do this one first. I am currently, as you can see from the clock, I am currently in the middle of a subathon. We are at 305 out of 500. Yes, you can link. You should be able to link, Princess Roska. I do more. I ban people for bad behavior than assume bad behavior in the first place. So we have already done the model debut. The model has already been debuted. The rest of these things I will have to schedule in advance. The rest of these things have to be scheduled. Including, oh my god, I cannot believe you... I have to do a 24-hour long Dark Souls stream, and I might be the worst Dark Souls player on all of Twitch.tv. I might be the worst one. Oh, this is beautiful, Princess Roska. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. I like it a lot. I think it's beautiful. That's very lovely. That's very lovely. So, the bad fiction is picked out. The long calligraphy is not picked out. I need to do that one. Spicy ramen, I need to order more of. It got lost in the mail. The chat picks things are going to happen later, but yes, I have to do a 24-hour Dark Souls stream. Yeah, I like spicy food, so I'm excited for that one. I'm excited for that one. And the model is debuted, right? If somebody's got 1,000 points, they can. I'll just show it off very briefly. I will just show it off very, very briefly. It's going to be huge. It's going to be absolutely gigantic. Warning about that one. Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's not so bad. Yeah. Yeah, this is my new model. This is the new model. It's a sock puppet. It's a sock puppet. Whoop. Yeah. It's a sock puppet. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Thank you, John, your boy. Thank you. So yeah, this is the new model. I love it. Bass Wallaby, thank you for the follow. We are actually about to get hit by ads. I'll try to keep us going for a little bit longer after ads. I've used up my snoozes. I will just show what I was working on. I do traditional art. I don't do digital art. I do traditional art, and calligraphy is by far and away my main one. So I was just, because it's Thanksgiving, right? I wrote this little thank you note to my community. I am grateful that I get to stream. I get to make art and share it with you. I get to meet so many cool people from all across the world, learn from them, hear their stories. I am grateful to have an audience that appreciates my work. I am grateful beyond words for the support you have shown me. The whole experience has been beautiful and humbling. Thank you. Let me de-sock myself. I think this is the right one. Yeah, that looks right. I've got 2 copies of my model, and they're rigged slightly differently, and one of the riggings is not appropriate right now. It's just, like, miscalibrated. But yes, I'm going to put up my fan art gallery, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to make myself a little bit of a snack. But I'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the fan art. I think it's beautiful. I think it's lovely. I appreciate every single little piece of fan art I get. And I've got like 30 of them right now. It's great. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Stretching out a little bit. But yes. Oh yes, Princess Roska. If you are still here, you get a free redeem of the Write Something. You get a free Write Something redeem. Oh. All right. Let's take a look around here. I'm actually gonna go back and think a little bit about this one because, like I said, I could kind of tell that I was getting hungry just by looking at my calligraphy. The letter forms get more uneven as you go to the right on the page, and particularly parallel. Verticals, my verticals are not verticaling super well, and that's shakiness. Hello, Action Production. Hello, Action Production. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing today? How are you doing today? Waited for after the ad break to make sure. Keep me on my toes. Keep me on my toes. But yes. Yes. I don't know. I love Thanksgiving. It's actually my favorite holiday of the year. Is my actual favorite holiday out of all of them. And so I don't know, I'm kind of glad I got to do this, right? I was supposed to do Thanksgiving with my family, and they had to cancel. They had to cancel on short notice, so I didn't get to do that. Which is a bit of a loss, right? Which is a bit of a loss, but I'm still grateful I got to be here, right? I love being here. I love being here. Being on stream is like one of my favorite things to do on the planet. I absolutely adore it. I absolutely adore it, and it's beautiful, right? It's beautiful. I don't know. There's something about it as an art form that I really appreciate. I always liked public speaking. I always liked public speaking, even from a fairly young age, and this one gets over one of my least favorite things about public speaking, which is, what if the audience hates it and they can't leave? The audience feels free to leave here. I like that. I like that. That makes me feel pretty good. That makes me feel pretty good. I haven't heard from Princess Roska, so I guess she must have walked out. Which means I now feel comfortable raiding out. Which now makes me feel comfortable raiding out. So, raid messages. Raid messages. Oh, yes, actually, I should go over the final things one last time. We are in the midst of subathon. I have obligated to do a 24-hour Dark Souls stream. Oh, my goodness. The bad fiction has been picked out. The chat picks all of those. 1, 2, 3, 4 items are all going to be, I think I'm going to do them all as one stream in mid or late December. And schedule. Tomorrow I am doing Echoes of the Eye. I am pretty late into Echoes of the Eye. I love it. Echoes of the Eye is incredible. Please, I love it so much. It's so beautiful. And Saturday is going to be a wild card. Saturday, I usually stream. I've been streaming 4 p.m. Eastern lately. I reserve the right to do a guerrilla stream later tonight because other than getting some food and like laying down a little bit to let my head rest, I don't have any plans. So, on that note, we're going to raid Color Brews. So for folks who are just coming in, let's clean that up a little bit. There we go. That's that's one raid message. And thank you, Jules, for being here. It's always lovely to have you here, Jules. And that's for people who are subbed. If I'm not streaming tonight, I'll probably be on my server tonight because, again, my family Thanksgiving got canceled, so I didn't get to. Otherwise, I'd be drunk with my dad right now. I'll be either on the server or I will be on stream again. I love you all. Have a lovely. Oh, also, yes, thank you, Tohu. Also, yes, that's the Discord. We do movie nights on Mondays. I am out of time. Thank you all for being here. And we also play a ton of Payday lately. We've been playing a lot of Payday lately. That's what we've been doing on the Discord server. We share art, we play Payday, we watch movies. Have a lovely night.